Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. Test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, we are back from executive session. If the council will take their seat, can I have a motion to return? We have a motion to return from executive session. We have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Okay, executive session item number 1. Tim?
Pursuant to Title 25, Section 307B1 Oklahoma statutes, council convene an executive session to discuss the appointment of a candidate to fill the position of Ward 2 council member, to include interviewing candidates. That conversation occurred, and I believe we have a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to appoint Tyron Epps, effective September the 9th, 2025, to serve as Ward 2 councilperson until a successor is elected for the unexpired term of office at the next possible municipal election.
We do have a motion and a second. Discussion? Oh, sorry, executive session we don't discuss. Please call the roll.
Williams.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Gill. Chapman. Hankins Booker. Okay.
The motion is unanimous. Do I have a motion for adjournment? So moved. Do I have a motion and a second? Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
And that's all.
We're going to have a slight delay. Okay, I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton Transit Trust Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren. Okay.
Okay, a quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider authorizing the chairman of the Transit Trust to sign certifications, trip statistics, availability to the general public, and service to the elderly and disabled from the prior fiscal year FY25 that are used for the application of the State Revolving Fund FY26. Christie.
Yes, sir. Good evening. This is just the annual certifications that are required every year that use statistics from the previous year on the upcoming year's application.
We have questions or motions? Move to approve and a second. Are we voting or calling the roll?
Calling the roll, please. Okay.
Just
so
say call the roll. Okay, thank you.
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion for adjournment? I have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Williams.
Yes.
Hampton. Weiger. Gill. Chapman. Hankins Booker.
Transit Trust is adjourned. This time, I call the special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Quorum is established. Business item number 1, consider approving a resolution authorizing the creation of temporary utility service rates for the City of Lawton utilities as set forth in Exhibit A of the resolution and establishing an effective date. Kristen.
Recently, we had a citizen that approached us about wanting to buy a building that was vacant. The utilities were not on, and they wanted to test the infrastructure of the water to see if it was in good shape or not. Unfortunately, our code didn't allow for that. So Rebecca did some research before she left, and of our peer cities, 3 of them do offer some kind of temporary utility service. So this particular policy that she proposed most closely mirrors Norman and Moore. It allows for you to establish service up to 10 days for $50 for use up to 1,000 gallons. Anything above that, you'll be charged the regular utility rate. And you can also choose to have a 30-day service for $150 for use up to 3,000 gallons. And again, if you go above that, you'll pay the normal utility rate. There's no other deposit required, no sewer or trash involved, and the other fees that are normally charged on a water bill, like capital outlay, sewer rehab, stormwater, those aren't included.
Ms. Chapman? Okay.
First of all, I'm glad this is coming to council because this was a concern of one of my constituents. Do they still have to, are they still required to do the liability agreement? Sign that?
So they do have to provide proof of insurance.
Okay.
And that's really to protect the city if
Right.
something is damaged when we turn the water on.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments? Yes.
Yes, and this would apply to public, shall we say, companies and private citizens both. It would be the same rate for both,
Correct. Tenants,
Okay.
landlords, real estate agents, property managers.
all inclusive. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gill?
I made a motion to. Somebody's on, I think Bob is there. There it is. After the second, we can have more discussion if you want. I made a motion to approve this. It's something we need. It has created problems. They will have insurance. It's probably more simple to keep fees as a standard structure. So,
Do I have a second? We do have a second. Discussion. Yes.
How long, when the transition goes, let's say they want to keep the water on, so they just transition into a permanent account?
They could at
Is
that time,
is
yes.
So they get this done, and it's both commercial, residential, so residential people can do the same thing to test their house out?
Yes.
And then transition right into an account. I think you said something, maybe I wasn't listening, about a deposit or
There
something.
is no deposit.
So when they did go to the permanent account and they needed a deposit, then they would do all that paperwork at that time?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's any more questions? So please, are we voting or calling the roll?
Call the roll.
Call the roll.
Okay. Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Williams.
Yes.
Weiger.
Motion carries. Can I have a motion for adjournment? Got a motion? Got a second? Please call the roll.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Williams.
Yes.
Weiger. And Hankins Booker.
Okay, we're going to have slight delay.
have not gotten any. Yeah, I need those two to get joined.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to call to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Dwayne Hall of Get the Word Out, Inc., and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. Proverbs 11:11 says, "By the blessing of the upright, the city is exalted, but it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked." Father, in Jesus' name, I thank you for the city of Lawton. I thank you that even before this community, this city was founded, you had already written its days in your own book. So help us, O God, to fulfill the God-ordained calling that we have as this community. Father, I lift up these leaders to you. I thank you for their service. Your Proverbs also say that wisdom sits at the highest place of the city gates. So right now, I just invoke that spirit of wisdom from on high upon these leaders, and I pray that you just give them a supernatural anointing in their decision-making and in their understanding. So we bless you and we worship you. It's in Christ's name I pray in a spirit of faith. Amen.
All right, thank you, Pastor. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
And Warren.
Okay, a quorum is established. Do we have the Eisenhower JROTC here? Back here? Why don't you guys come forward, and we're going to have the Clean Sweep Award. Right, I always love it when we have young people come and get an award. And this is an award that I've got to say many times goes to adults, but we have a number of youth organizations that go around the community, and once a quarter, I think it is, they pick up litter along a 1 mile stretch of road. Where's you guys' mile stretch? Do you know? On 52nd Street by the school there down to Lee? Okay, we're gonna take the time for everybody to give their name.
JJ.
Skylar.
Wyatt.
Rain.
Logan.
Mariah.
Michael.
Not really, but I'm Sergeant Major Hall. Yes.
Okay, Sergeant Major. And so I love giving young people awards for being involved in their community. And the reason is we want them to be involved in their community no matter what community, wherever they go. When they get out of school, if they end up their career takes them somewhere else, we want them to be involved in their community, to be a part of the solution. And you guys, at your young age, are already a part of the solution right here in Fort Sill. And I want to tell you, there's no way that we can expect the government to do everything. It takes volunteers. It takes citizen being involved like yourself. You're being good citizens. I'm very proud. And the Clean Sweep Award says, proudly presented to the Eisenhower High School JROTC. This special recognition honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates our dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcome environment for all residents. Let's give these young people a big round of applause. Come in a little bit. Let's. All right, now Sergeant Major, I'm going to give you just a minute to speak. Tell us a little bit about these kids and how they got involved in this community act.
Well, I really wasn't here to speak, but it's okay. Yes. So, of course, we have Eisenhower Eagles. All right. Eagles lead the way. Regardless of what you feel, again, we are from Eisenhower High School. Eagles lead the way. All right, so about 3, maybe 4 years ago, I thought about doing something that I did when I was in the military. In the military, we adopted highways, and we went out there and cleaned them, but because these kids are under the age of 18, they couldn't do that. So we adopted the road. And how lucky were we able to get it right in front of the school, right? Go figure. So it can't miss out. So we adopted the road, we started cleaning the street, and they do it once a month, every month while they're in school. So at a minimum, kids that are in my program, and we offer it to everyone else, I would say we got like 9 months in the school year, maybe 2 of them are bad, so we don't go out there and clean. So that's probably an average 6 to 7 community hours that kids get from 1 year of being in GRTC. All right, and when they're out there, they're like heroes, and they're like superstars because everybody's honking their horns at them, thinking they're famous, and they love it. All right, I've never seen so many kids happy about trash. Whatever makes them happy and keep it going, that's great. So kids enjoy doing it. Again, by the time you graduate high school, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, they need community hours, community service hours, so they check their block and do it well in JRTC. And also work experience, all right? As they go off into the world and try to get a job, building a resume, most of them ain't got no work experience. So I tell them always, even if you just got 50 volunteer hours or community service hours, I guarantee a good manager will value that versus someone else. So I give these individuals a round of applause every time they come to school on that day because, believe it or not, kids know when it's happening and they can just skip out, but they're here. And I appreciate and want to thank these individuals for being here tonight. These individuals are a part of my staff. What my time looking like? All right. These individuals are a part of my staff, all right, because this program is a student-led program. Sergeant Majors don't work hard. Those days are over. I give these cadets the task, and they plan, and they make it happen, all right? It's all about the kids, and this is their program. Without these kids, I probably wouldn't have a job where I'm doing right now, all right? So it's all about the kids. They make the program more welcoming and more entertaining for the young other kids to join. That's why I bring them along with me, because I've been known to scare off people. So if I want to attract more kids to the program, you always see me with my kids. All right? Thank you.
Okay, now these are Proud Eagles, right? Yes, sir. And do you know the Eisenhower fight song? Huh? You don't? Is it the same as it was 50 years ago? They changed the fight song 51 years ago when I graduated from high school. I knew that fight song, and as I was standing here going through it in my mind to see if I still remembered it, I got tripped up thinking, uh-oh, I forgot a few of those lines, so I'm not going to sing. How about that? Hey, don't clap.
All right, so I'm going to, we're going to donate this to you, give this to the mayor, make sure you put this in your office, all right? So if any of you go inside the mayor's office and this is not somewhere on the wall, please come find me. All right, I'm at Eisenhower. If you come to the football games and you just happen to visit the mayor's office and this is not on the wall somewhere where you see it, please let me know. All right? That's for you.
Okay, I'll hang this up if you'll sing the Eisenhower fight song.
Well, I can't do that.
I'm going to hang it up anyway.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. And the Southern Navy too. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, we did have a deaf awareness proclamation we were going to read, but I think we're pushing that to the next meeting, and I think we're going to have some deaf students here, so that'll be neat. Okay, so we're pushing the proclamation to September 9th, I think. Audience participation. Lawton citizens who have completed a request to speak form and wish to address business not listed on the agenda may step forward at this time. Now, we have Council Policy 1-9 and the decorum clause in there, long-established policy that's expected to be followed. And the first one that we have up is Cindy McIntyre. Cindy, would you please come forward? Okay, Cindy, you have 3 minutes.
During the No Kings protest on June 14th at Shepler Park, a man on a Harley motorcycle with an American flag rode by repeatedly, waving his MAGA hat and shouting angrily at the protesters. At one point, several of them came up to me and expressed concern that he might be planning to jump the curb and run down protesters. Keep in mind, the Army birthday parade had just been canceled due to social media threats of violence against protesters, including running them over with a vehicle. We didn't see him again after that, but some thought he was a Lawton City Councilman. Now, I had a video ready to play. I've been told I'm not allowed to play that. This video was made by the Whistleblower Voices and the West Wind Resistance. But this is a clip of Councilman George Gill admitting that this was him. And George also said he had a right as a citizen to counter protests, and he was not there in the capacity of a city councilman. So, George, as someone who represents the citizens of Lawton, you showed profound disrespect for these very citizens who gathered in the park that morning. You acted in a threatening manner by shouting and flaunting your supposed patriotism in an aggressive fashion. Then this video clip would show him saying that he did not know what we were protesting. Well, George, you should have parked that Harley and come to talk to us. You had a great opportunity to listen to why we were protesting, as were all of you, and none of you were there. The third video clip, George was saying it was a peaceful protest and nobody got in trouble. Well, I'm sorry, George, but I received a citation for holding a supposed illegal assembly, which of course is a violation of the First Amendment to prohibit our right to protest in the fashion that we did. But the worst of it was that someone ordered the Lawton police to surveil me. From the police report, I'll quote, I, Lieutenant Mike McCallick, was tasked with putting together a team to monitor a planned protest. I received intel from my analysts as to what McIntyre looked like. I was scheduled to be arraigned on August 4th in municipal court before the case was dismissed. George Gill, it's my opinion that your dereliction of your duty to listen to the citizens of this city and acting in a threatening manner as a form of counter-protest makes you a poor choice for a second term as councilman. We deserve a public apology, not only from you, but from the city in Fort Sill.
Ma'am, if you don't like Councilman Gill, why don't you just vote against him? It really is not a very
This is a
fair-
part, this is
Excuse me
something.
just a minute.
No, this is something
Excuse
for
me
us.
just a minute.
This
Your
is
time
my part
up,
to
ma'am.
speak, okay?
Cease and desist.
I'm done.
Okay, now we're going to go to Kesa Whiteley. Kesa, and if David Burkett would please come forward and be ready, and also Christina Boswell and Martina Perdome, if y'all would come forward so we can move through this. And Kesa is next, sir. Kesa is up next. Okay, Kesa.
Okay, awesome. Obviously, my name's Kesa, West Wind Resistance. I just wanted to, I guess, bring it to the forefront here because I did have a conversation with someone on council who illuminated that you all may not necessarily know, like, why we exist and kind of what our issues are, which I found really interesting because I do stand up here quite frequently and I do talk about those things. So I thought I would just come up here and say it again. We exist because you all don't actually have a pathway for citizens to actually express their voices when it comes to economic development and when it comes to industrial development. I started at the council level. I asked my councilmen questions that I felt like were pretty basic questions that really deserved, if the basic level of research had been done before approving these projects, I didn't feel like it should be that hard to answer those questions. And instead of getting a direct answer, instead I got a snide remark and got told that essentially they would get back to me, and I never got a response back. So that, of course, brought me here where I wanted to raise questions and figure out where exactly I can get those answers. I then went to meet with Richard Rogowski and Brad Cooksey. Do not have a great relationship with Rogowski. There have been several times where he has lied to our faces blatantly, and I guess I'm just not really understanding why there isn't really like any sort of action that could be taken to actually facilitate our voices. When that conversation happened, it ended where Brad pretty much had to take over, and so I've been able to work with him to try to get our questions answered. I've also been able to meet with the city manager, John Ratliff, and Donna Lynn, and they're working to get me answers, but both of those conversations happened within the last 90 days, and I don't think it should have taken 2.5 years for us to get to this point.
Okay, thank you for coming. And David Burkett. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and City Councilman. My name's David Burkett. A lot of friends call me Critter from karaoke. I just want to let you know, my concern is Ron Stevens Stadium. I know it belongs probably to Lawton Public Schools, correct? All right. Nothing goes on there anymore. It's been, I think the last game has been over a year ago. People put in a lot of money to have that wall redone. Is there something we could do to utilize that stadium, because people put money on it, you know, to be used, and it just sits empty. And half of the buildings in there, the roofs leak now, and they had to clean them out. Is there something we can do about that?
Well, as you said, it's owned by Lawton Public Schools, so I'd encourage you to get in touch with them, and I'm not sure who the school board member would be for that area, but, okay? But it is a school issue and not a city issue.
Okay.
All right, and they have their own set of elected officials.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's what I needed to know.
Thank you for coming, David. And Christina Boswell?
I came in, I think 3-4 months ago, and asked for speed bumps. Instead of getting speed bumps, we've got speed limit signs.
Okay. We will get back with you and explain that. I believe you're in Ward 4, is that right?
Yeah, Gil's my,
Okay. And so he and the city manager, or somebody representing the city manager, will get in touch with you, and we have your phone number and address here.
the last time that you had said that, I had no phone call, no nothing, and all I got was, woke up to 2 speed limit signs, and one is on a curb. And that curb is where an autistic kid is, and she runs, and that's why I've asked for speed bumps.
Yeah.
And the speed limit signs have made it worse.
If you haven't had a call from one of them by Thursday morning, you call me, and Tammy down here can give you my phone number.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Martina Davis Prudhomme. Martina?
Good evening, government. Today I was only coming to speak about the fact that my open records for FISTA have yet to be fulfilled. Unfortunately, I was met with intimidation by the mayor, who sent the city attorney to read me rules as if I'm a threat. If wanting records about my local government is a threat, then I'm not aware of it. Let's not forget that this same city government has been violating my civil rights. Being approached and singled out today definitely confirms that, and I will be forwarding this video to my attorney, and I will continue to show up and engage in government.
Okay, thank you for coming. And now I've skipped the reports by the mayor, city council, and city manager, so we're going to go to that. And I'm going to start down here with the Colonel.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Always have
Appreciate it.
exciting things about
Yeah.
Fort Sill, so we're,
Yeah, I got two big things coming up in September. So for the audience at large and out in the space here, 10 September on the installation, we're doing something called the Black Start exercise. This is a Department of Defense mandated exercise for the entire installation where we turn the lights off, so the power will be out for 8 hours. So from 04 to 1200 hours, the power will be out. It will be phased turning on. So for instance, 2 hours, so at 06, Freedom Elementary, the hospital, commissary, and whatnot will come back on for a variety of life, health, safety reasons, also to get kids back in school. And then some of the housing areas will come on 2 to 3 hours after that, or, so between 06, 07, the housing will be back on. But then after that, the rest of the installation will be out of power, right? So this is an opportunity for the installation to see how it can operate without power and how we can do our wartime mission. So just so everybody who comes on the installation, or it may be a slight delay as we look at bringing people on and these other things, the base will still be active, the gates will still be active, just may take a little bit extra time because we're not going to have the electronic scanner, so maybe a little bit extra. So I would just ask on the 10th of September, just be cognizant that we're going through a power outage, a legitimate exercise from the DOD that we have to do is mandated. It's not for any specific threat, but it's an opportunity for us to see how we can operate without power. So it's good for the community, it's good for us to do this. Now, break. On 11 September, 9/11, we're doing our annual remembrance run. So at 7:40, we'll have our opening ceremony at McNair Hall, where the big giant flagpole is. We'd love for people to come out. So if you're a veteran, active duty, retired, or just want to come out and see what it's all about and remember 9/11, we'd love to have you out there. And then at 8:05, so 08:05, we're going to do a 4-mile run, a 1-mile walk. So if you want to come out and walk or run or just come and see it and support the community, come on out. We'd love to have you out there. It'd be absolutely fantastic. So looking forward to seeing folks on 9/11. And again, 10 September, the power will be out from 04 to noon. I can't stress that enough. It'll be a pretty fascinating exercise, and I really appreciate the community support with us. So thank you, sir.
Ms. Williams.
Yes, I'd like to, I'm so excited about the new Lawton Aquatic Center. I've gotten phone calls from Oklahoma City. They're coming from Oklahoma City to our water park. And I've been saying on Facebook, it's so full, we've had to turn some away because it's so packed and everything. So I'm just excited about that we have some, we got a new water park for the entire families, for children and adults and everything. And this had a lot of good comments about that. Also, I would like to thank the streets committee. My street is getting repaired out there in Ranchos, the back street, Belmont. I got a phone call last night from one of the constituents. They were so excited and said, "Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. We're getting our street fixed back here." And I just let them know, I said, "You're welcome." And that's what we try to do. We try to work together as far as making our community look better and making our the citizens happy. So when they're happy, I'm happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to put a plug in for our Southwest Cancer Center. I've had some recent health challenges, and of course, God gives us some wonderful opportunities, and I'm happy to report God is still on the throne and all is well. And we owe that to our cancer center, and I appreciate Dr. Robin and the team there and the job that they do. Oftentimes we see it, we don't think much about it, but thank you as a community for supporting our Southwest Cancer Center because it really does make a difference. You know, the cancer patients are one person affected, but you have to remember they have families too. So whether you walk, whether you run, ride a bike, or just drive by and wave, I know the Cancer Center appreciates being in the community and making a difference in lives. So thankful for them.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you. I was excited to hear that you were cancer-free. I really was. So thank God for that. Of course,
That kind of needs a round of applause, doesn't it? Mr. Hampton.
yes, thank God. As you know, the farmer's market is still alive and well with fresh vegetables and sweet things, I'm just going to say, and I have partaken of both. Make your way out there Saturday mornings from 8 o'clock to 1:30. It is a good experience, and you'll probably meet some people that are frequent here in Lawton. Also, I want to, September 20th, Saturday from 10 to 2, the Fit Kids is having they're going to call it this time Bouncing into Fall, because there's going to be just numerous bounce houses. And this is, of course, the use of tobacco, the tobacco money years ago that we got from Oklahoma. And that's why they call it Fit Kids. It's healthy things for kids to do. They'll have vendors and businesses from all over the city with numerous things to do. We all love going there. I think the mayor's hit that several times. And I just want to let the constituents in Ward 5, some people said they were having a difficult time getting in touch with me. We passed out a bunch of door knockers. My number is on there, and I would much rather talk to you than email or any other way, so please give me a call. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
So I'm not going to respond to that character assassination, but what I think I will do a little bit different tonight that I haven't in the past, we've got a great city council doing a lot of work for this town. I know a lot of people appreciate it. I get complaints, people call, and I'm just looking here at a short list I made up of what we've done in the last few years, and I think it needs to be mentioned. New dog adoption center and dog pound, sports center complex, new aquatic center, which most of you have been to. New Lats bus station, plans are complete, ready to start. 105 new streets, we just did 40. New airport, if you haven't been out there, it's beautiful. A lot of work and effort went into the airport. New sewer and water from the east part of town to the west part of town. We've got some really great council people up here working really, really hard. Nobody's asking for any praise. No one really certainly doesn't care to make everyone happy is what they're trying to do, and you can't do that. That's just the way life is. We've got some great employees also pushing all these projects, getting them done. So I just thought I'd mention that because sometimes you just don't see the forest for the trees. And I think some people would like to just sit around and watch TV by candlelight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chapman.
Well said, George. I know this is a couple of months away, but on Saturday, October the 25th, the Museum of the Great Plains is having their grand opening of the brand new trades post there. It's taken several years to get this built, and it is gorgeous. And I just hope everyone puts that little date down for October the 25th.
Right, and Councilwoman Marianne Hankins-Booker.
I've been appreciating the freshly mowed grass, and then I know it's going to grow again, but that's the bad part, but it's like everything else. But it just looks really nice, and I appreciate that. As a Lawton, we are moving forward. Stay positive. That's what it takes, is a bunch of positive people to move Lawton forward. It's not just about the council, it's about the citizens and keeping our places clean and groomed as best we can. I remember when I couldn't afford to hire somebody to come and do it, I'd have to look for a kid down the street that wouldn't charge that much to come and mow my lawn. So there's a way to make that happen always. So, and it's really not about us, it's about the future. So, you know, us older people may not be down at the swimming area just a lot, but we might, who knows. But it's not about us, it's about the future. So just remember, we're building a future for Lawton. If you're not going to use one of the services, then don't badmouth it. Just know that the children will enjoy it. Thank you.
All right, and City Manager.
Mayor and council and citizens, I'm super excited to announce that the City of Lawton unveiled its new website today. So we've received a lot of feedback from citizens that our old website wasn't especially user-friendly. So we completed the data migration, we rolled it out today. I'm super excited. I'm going to call Caitlin up very briefly to kind of talk about some of the key features of the website and turn it over to her.
I won't be very long, John. Thank you so much, Mayor, Council. We've been working on this new website for several months now. The IT team has been absolutely phenomenal. We had 3 days worth of training for all of the departments to make sure that they know how to update the website, because honestly it seemed like there was always something that needed to be updated on the website that communications and marketing just couldn't get to immediately. So I'm happy that we have all of the departments kind of up to speed on it. So we're going to look for quicker updates coming out, a chat bot, just using AI to really help us out. So there's going to be a chat bot on there. If there's anything that you want to look up, just ask the chat bot and hopefully it'll be able to take you there. Really excited about a cool feature up top because, of course, communications and marketing, we want people to know what's going on as soon as it happens. New on this website, there'll be a banner that we can actually use whenever there's something really pressing for citizens to know. They can go to our website and that information is going to be right there at the top. In addition to being sent out via our text message, you can subscribe by texting Join Lawton to 31002, or you can also download our app, Go Lawton, absolutely free in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store.
That sounds some kind of wonderful.
Thanks, Caitlin.
Good job.
Mayor, I just have one more comment real quick. We are still hiring lifeguards at the Aquatic Center, so if you know anyone that's interested, we're planning on keeping it open for a few more weeks, so please keep those lifeguards coming. Thank you.
All right, and I want to say it actually won't happen until September 9th, but the council and the special council meeting selected citizen Teron Epps from Ward 2 to represent Ward 2 until the next municipal election. And Teron is in the audience, and when it won't be official till September, let's give him and all of the candidates that a round of applause for applying. And Teron will have more to say in the way of welcoming at the next one, but I also want to say I appreciate the council members that I get to serve with. You guys work hard, and I appreciate all that you do. We've made tremendous progress. And this last week, we had the State of the City. And it's hard to do a State of the City because you don't know what to leave out, and you can't talk about it all. There's so much good going on, and I'm glad we live in a city that we have the problem of deciding what not to talk about because there's so much good. And that's obviously, and we said that in the State of the City, because the citizens voted for Propel 2040, but it's also because of the leaders sitting on this dais and the great job that you do giving your time to your city, and I want to thank you. With that, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, we're going to be striking item number 24, and at this time I have no request to pull items for discussion. If the council does not have anything they want to pull, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 24? We have a motion, and do I hear a second down here? Please vote.
Okay, that passed.
There we go. Motion passes 6-0, bringing up unfinished business number 29. Adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 2550 Northwest Sports Sale Boulevard to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Just one second. All right, 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. This property originally came to council on 12/10 of 2024 and tabled until January 28th of 2025, and it was tabled until today's council meeting. The property does have a remodel permit, and they are currently working on the sandblasting of the trusses, as you can see right there where there was damages on the left were the original photos that we took, to what was taken on 8/20. As you can see that they're sandblasted, painted as well. The property owner, next big move on this is to actually put a roof on it. They were waiting to put a roof on it until all the trusses were sandblasted because it was a tight fit on there. And they are still looking at purchasing the property to the north. Any questions? Staff recommendation is going to let the property owner continue to remodel the structure.
Do you have a time on that? Is it 6 more months? What is it?
I would say we would table it for 6 more months because he's still looking at purchasing that property to the north, and he's already, like I said, he already has a permit and he already has plans that already in place to get this taken care of.
Okay, so the staff recommendation is to allow 6 more months to work on the property and improvement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council?
I make a motion to approve that, as long as we're monitoring progress.
Okay, great, thank you. Do I have a second? We do have a second for Mr. Gill.
And Mayor, I do have clarification. We say 6 months would be the second meeting in the 6 months, correct?
Correct, so that would be January, I believe?
February.
February, thank you, sir.
Discussion? Please vote. Okay, motion carries 6-0. Bring up business item number 30, an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 1729202, division 1729, article 17.2, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by renaming certain departments or divisions within the membership, reorganizing the employee advisory committee membership to include the new departments and divisions, to delete departments, division names that no longer exist, removing the 2 reserve groups, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Craig?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. This has to do with the Employee Advisory Committee. It's listed specifically in city code by department and division names that are in certain groups. And with the reorganization that we've had in the city, Parks and Recreation not being that anymore, Community Enrichment now, and some other people changing names and changing locations, we just need to redo the groups in the EAC. This has gone to the EAC committee last month, and they did approve it.
Do we have any questions? We have a motion for approval, waive the reading of, oh, I'm sorry, you had a question, go ahead.
I'm not fast enough for you. Will all of these new categories and the departments, will this be on the new website so people can see these new titles and who's head of them and involved in them?
Yes, as far as I know, they should have all their new titles there. I don't know if they're going to make any reference to the old names so people understand it, but the new titles should be there, yes.
Do I have a motion for approval?
Second.
Waive to read the ordinance and read the title only. Okay.
Second, Mayor, and I have a question.
Okay, we motion and a second discussion.
Yeah, Craig, can I ask you one question before you take off there? Just for the clarification for the citizens, this categorization, is this going to change our flow chart, the names on the flow chart that we have in front of the budget book?
No. This is just the Employee Advisory Committee. It's just a committee.
Okay.
But it's made up of different groups based on the departments and divisions that are assigned to those groups.
Okay. I would just had a question from a constituent. Thank you from constituent. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, please read the ordinance.
An ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, Section 17-2-9-202, Division 17-2-9, Article 17-2, Chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by renaming certain departments or divisions within the membership, reorganizing the Employee Advisory Committee membership to include the new departments, divisions, to delete department division names that no longer exist, removing the two reserved groups, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. And the motion carries 6-0, bringing up item 31. Consider an ordinance pertaining to utilities by creating section 22-12120, division 22-1-2, article 22-1, chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, to establish temporary utility service rates for the City of Lawton Utilities, providing for 2 tiers of temporary service duration, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date. Kristen.
So this is a companion item to the Lawton Water Authority item that was already approved. It's an ordinance that's going to codify our temporary utility service in the code.
Okay, a motion for approval. We have a motion and, oh, thank you. Look at you. All right. Is there a second? Okay. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to utilities, creating section 22-12120, division 22-1-2, article 22-1, chapter 22, Lawton City Code 2015, to establish temporary utility service rates for the City of Lawton Utilities, providing for 2 tiers of temporary service duration, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
Before we vote, the city manager wants to speak.
Council, I just wanted to mention that this is really, we talk about our True North culture statement and we talk about open for business, and that's exactly what this is. There was a gap in our ordinances we didn't have, and our fee schedule. We didn't have codified anywhere the opportunity for realtors or buyers or sellers to establish a temporary water account to validate plumbing in a property that they were about to buy. So I think this is a really important step for our community and for our businesses and for real estate. And so we're really excited to unveil this.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up item 32. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, to establish temporary utility service rates for the City of Lawton Utilities as set forth in Exhibit A of the resolution, subject to approval by the Lawton Water Authority and establishing an effective date. Kristen.
So this is a resolution that'll put those fees in our code. Any questions?
I'm going to make a statement. This is temporary fees. This does not affect the water bill in any way. It won't raise it, anything. This is temporary.
That sounded a lot like
That's
a
a
motion.
motion, yes.
Okay.
Second.
Do you have a second? Please vote.
Oh, Mayor, just 1 second.
Oh.
Kristen, I just wanted to reiterate again, I know George has said this. This is a separate item that's actually going to be on the utility bill that has nothing to do with what the citizens are paying now.
Correct.
So it's a total different line item on the.
Yes.
So their bills will not reflect any other change except that.
No, a normal bill will not reflect any of this.
Okay, thank you.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up item number 33, receive a presentation from the Lawton Police Department regarding public access to sex offender registry information and the corresponding safety zone map available on the City of Lawton's website, and take action as deemed necessary. Detective Pauly. right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the floor is yours.
All righty, so the Lawton Sex Offender Registry is pretty simple the way it's set up. So if we go to the next slide. If you go to the Lawton Police Department's website, when you access the Lawton Police Department's website, you can go to the tab that says Services on the website itself. Once you enter the Services website, if you go to the next, right there is the Sex Offender Registry for the Lawton Police Department. Once you click on the Sex Offender Registry button on on our Police Department website, there you will be given an opportunity to go to either the Oklahoma Department of Corrections Sex Offender Registry, the entire registry for the state, which houses all the offenders of Lawton, as well as the other offenders in the state, or you can go to the National Offender Registry. So those two are right there, right at your fingertips. You can just click right onto them and go there. When you click on the Oklahoma Sex Offender Registry, this is the page that'll come up. If you are a member of the registry program itself, there's a login. But if you're not a member of the registry, then right on the bottom where it says "or," there is some information. You just click on it saying that you understand that you're not a member of the registry, and then it'll take you into the Oklahoma registry itself. But this is the page that comes up for the Oklahoma Department of Corrections registry. When you get into it, this is the search program. So in here, you can put down an address, or you can put down a specific individual that you're looking for. So if you're looking for a specific individual that's in the city of Lawton and you know he's an offender, you can put his information in here and it'll pull up whatever the offender has on the open website for the Oklahoma Department of Corrections Sex Offender Registry. If you're not looking for that and you're just looking for an address, for instance, or a location around your address, you can put in that address in here and it'll pull up the map and it'll show you what's going on around that website or around your area with sex offenders. When you go back to the offender, the Lawton Police Department's page and the offender program itself, and at the middle of the page, you'll see this part that says Safety Zone Map. This is a safety zone map that is given out for public use, so they understand, the offenders can look on here and understand where approximately they're allowed to live in the city limits of Lawton. This map is not 100% available as far as the information on it because it's hard to read. However, it gives them an idea of what they can look for and places they can look. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see on that map, every one of those circles is representative of a school, park, or a daycare. If you see a colored circle in that area, that's someplace that an offender cannot live. So basically, if you look at the map, it's about 90% covered, so about only 10% is a legal spot for a sex offender to live under the new rules that went into effect. So 2,000 feet from any school, park, or daycare. So there's about 10% of the city that's open. Go to the next slide. That's just a closer view, and it shows that it's 2,000 foot. You see the red circles, green circles, and blue circles, indicating each of those sites that they cannot live near, within each circle being representative of 2,000 feet. Go to the next one. There you see a zoomed in picture, so then that's what you look at. When you zoom in on that map, you can see that there's little blocks areas that you can go to, and specific areas that is available, that is open for an offender to live. Next slide. So if you think about the way the offender program works, 2,000 feet from every school, park, or daycare, and like I said, that shuts down most of the city of Lawton. When I put it on the map that I use, 100%, that this map is updated, hopefully monthly as best as I can get to it, but it is put into effect. Each one of those parks that are on the map are not necessarily governed right now, saying that I can have somebody that restricted 2,000 feet from it, because if a park is not a developed park, meaning that there is no playground equipment or anything else, then that park is not utilized for the 2,000 foot radius restriction. It is mandated from the district attorney's office and through the state law as we look at what a park is, and then it talks about what that park is, or how that park is going to be utilized. So if there's no equipment, no development or anything at that park, it is not considered at that point. Once there's some type of development or some other programs there, then it is utilized as a park, and that 2,000 foot circle does go into effect. There are some sex offenders that are grandfathered in. Grandfathered in is just that. So if they were living there prior to the change of the law, then they can still remain where they're living. If they were living and own a house prior to conviction, they can go back and live in that same house that they were living at. Doesn't matter where it's located, as long as they were living there prior to their conviction. They have to own it It can't be a rent house. But if they own the house prior to their conviction, then they can go back to that same residence. They are going to be considered a grandfathered in person as well. Then the next part you see on there is date of conviction rules that apply. So in 1989, when the sex offender registry was created, there was no restrictions on where they could live. So if they were put into effect into the registry in 1989, that rule still applies. There's no restriction. If they were put in on the registry, say in 1993, then it would have been 500 feet. And then so on and so forth to 1,000 feet, and now to the present day, which we have 2,000-foot registry. So if you look at that, when you see somebody living in an area that they may not be allowed to compare, when you look at the map, they may have been grandfathered in because of when their conviction was, or owning the house, or any of those things. So that kind of throws off when you look at the map and you're like, wait a minute, there's an offender living here. How is he allowed to live there? Okay, next slide. So then when we look at the homeless sex offenders, what happens when an offender comes in to do his registry, he comes in and he fills out a packet. On that packet is a residence that he plans to live at. If he plans to live at a residence that he is not authorized to live at or otherwise talked to as in a red zone, I let him know that he cannot live at that residence, it's in a red zone, and he would have to register as homeless if he's going to stay in the city of Lawton. If he registers as homeless, that means that he is not living anywhere. He is not going to be allowed to live anywhere. We do give them a 30-day grace period as far as those people who are getting out of the Department of Corrections and coming to Lawton. So if they're coming back here, going to the family member's house, they can stay at that family member's house for 30 days to try to acquire some type of residency that is allowed. But after that 30 days, they will be considered 100% homeless. And if they are caught living at any residence, then they will be prosecuted under state law. If you're listed as a homeless offender, then you have to check in every 7 days at the Lawton Police Department. You come up to the Lawton Police Department, you go to the sergeant's window, you fill out a update sheet and homeless check-in sheet, which has the information on what we are asking for. So it has all your pertinent information, and then the next level, it talks about where you may be located throughout the week. So some people put on there their job. Other people put on there that they will be near Walmart, then over here by the library, or going over by some feeding organization, or wherever it is that they're going. And so they put those things on there, and that way we can try to locate them at any given time when we look for them, as well as letting them know that they cannot go to any specific residence. Unfortunately, there are a lot of offenders, and I say a lot. Right now, I believe as of August 1st, my registry was at 149 sex offenders. 27 of those were listed as homeless. Under the homeless section, we believe that they are to be living with, or not living in a residence at all. Unfortunately, some of them are going to be living somewhere they're not allowed, and some of them will be living and moving from couch to couch, or sleeping, wherever they can at friends or neighbors' houses, or wherever they can go. We try to take care of and watch that, and watch where people go. We keep tabs on as much as we can, and then when we make contact with them, and we can prove that they're breaking the law, that is prosecuted on that. So next slide. So the Lawton Police Department works on locating sex offenders who are listed as homeless or that are non-compliant for any other reason, and we do this diligently as best as we can. We partnered this year, for instance, with the District Attorney's Office and the United States Marshal Service to do a compliance check. That compliance check was a 4-day compliance op that we participated in, and during that 4 days, we were able to check on over 100 sex offenders, and we were able to make 8 arrests. Of those 8 arrests, all those were prosecuted and adjudicated. There was 14 other cases that were built and investigated. Of those 14, 12 of those 14 were also, charges were filed in those cases. As of today's date, there are over 30 arrests for failure to register in the city of Lawton for 2025. This is my contact information and the Lawton Police Department's sex offender registration. Next slide. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Gill.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You kept referring to state law, state law.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
this also federal law, or a lot of it is federal law, and
There is a federal law under sex offender registry. However, each state has their own section of laws, and not every state follows the same set of laws. So I use state law almost exclusively when I file charges. There are some overlaps in federal law, and there has been some, for instance, like the U.S. Marshals saw a federal nexus, and we did file some charges in federal court.
State can be harder, just not more lenient, correct, over
Correct.
federal?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And Councilman Gill, the federal statute is the Sex Offender Registration and Notification Act.
Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Pauly, what does you mentioned the arrest before, I think it was your contact card. You said that if you catch them, they are prosecuted to the full. What does that look like?
So
that arrest involves, I know it's more than a slap on the hand, but help us understand, what does that look like as far as they're prosecuted?
So each arrest and case is different. First of all, you have to think of what the initial charge was. Second of all, you have to think of what his history is, or that person's history is. And third of all, you have to think of how it's presented and the different judges that we bring it in front of. It is a felony, and it is a district charge. So, for lack of a better term, we see terms of, for instance, 5 years in the state penitentiary for failure to register. Most of the time, if it's a first-time offense, they will get a 5-year sentence with, say, 2 years to serve, 3 years suspended. However, some of them are suspended earlier. Some of them have to do the entire 5 years. If it's a second offense, that time just goes up.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
So the question I have, we've got these areas where you can't live, and it's around a park. But can a sex offender go into a park?
Some of them can, some of them can't. So when you look at the sex offender registry, if they have a crime against a minor, they are prohibited, and there's a safety zone around a park 500 feet from the distance of the park. If their victim was an adult, the state safety zone does not apply, but they cannot loiter in any park.
So, are there any other questions?
Yes, I do have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Officer, once they go on the site, let's say they identify someone that lives in their area, and of course you're going to have their information, and they see this person violating stuff. Is there a place on the website to report that, or would they need to call the police department?
So there's 3 different things that you could do. One, you can always do online reporting, because it would be a crime, so you can report a crime no matter what. So
On the website?
On the website, online reporting.
Okay.
Secondly, of course, you can call the front desk of the police department, and they will in turn either send officers there to investigate at that time, or they will direct them to my desk, and I will receive that complaint.
Yeah, so for, let's say, evidence, would they need to video this person violating? Or, I mean, I think if the police officer came, I mean, he didn't see the inclusion, so please.
So yes, if we can get video or anything, that's always a substantial help. The biggest problem that we have is proving for the offender registration if they are living somewhere. So we have to prove that living status.
Right.
And that's where we would run into certain things. So if, for instance, the offender drives a certain car and he's there at 8 o'clock every night and he doesn't leave till 7 o'clock every morning, and they saw that on a traditional basis, if they had surveillance cameras at their house, or we're able to notify or have evidence of that, that would give us the evidence that we need to start the investigation and go further.
Okay, fantastic program. Thank you for answering that.
What is it that they have had to committed as far as not being able to be on Facebook or any type of social media?
So social media is only governed by the judge's statement and the conviction and the sentence that they're given. So it is a judge's rule. It's so random and it's different and varies. So that is a condition of the courts. So once they are finished with their sentence, there is no violation for being on Facebook or on social media.
Okay. The citizens I talk to and myself want to know that our police department is protecting us in this regard. And I think you're showing us we have a very good system to keep up. And I know it was about Christmas when I became aware of the number of sex offenders. You had 7 cases pending at that time against sex offenders that had not registered or were found to be living somewhere when they said they were homeless.
Correct.
So I believe you're really on top of this. And I think my question is, would you consider us to be aggressive enforcers of the law concerning sex offenders? Because I believe that's what the citizens want, is for our police department to be aggressive enforcers of the law.
We definitely try to be, yes.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Any others? Oh, one more, Mr. Weaker.
Do you feel, Officer Polly, do you feel that you have all the tools you need?
Not sure I can answer that wholeheartedly, efficiently, because the tools that we need would be time and the ability to get people there. Sometimes due to other things that are going on in the city and other calls and things that are going on, we just can't have, I mean, we have to prioritize the calls that we're responding to. So the effectiveness would be there, yes. We have all the tools that we need to do it if time's available. But if there, like the other night, we had numerous calls going on, there was no way that we could have looked at an offender issue that night, for instance.
Councilman Uyghur, the chief was in the back. You didn't see him shaking his head no. So if you can send some more resources to the police department, I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Well, we only respond to requests for funding, so I look forward to seeing what it is that you need, Chief. Detective Paul, a great presentation. I want you to know I appreciate what you do. And you know, we've always known there's a sex registry. I didn't know that 90% of the city was off limits to sex offenders' residency, except under those grandfathering circumstances. And I didn't know that we had a park that didn't have any playground equipment, so it wasn't considered a park. Once we learned that, I think we got sped up to getting that old equipment replaced so that we'd have that protected zone for that neighborhood as well. And we appreciate what you guys do. You're doing a great job. And I, for one, and I bet everybody up here is the same way, I appreciate us being aggressive. Okay? Thank you very
sir.
much.
Thank you.
Brings up item 34, consider an ordinance pertaining to signature designation for municipal warrants and checks, repealing paragraph B of section 115.1, article 11, chapter 1, Lawton City Code 2015, thereby no longer allowing the animal welfare supervisor and animal shelter worker to execute municipal checks from the animal shelter fund, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Kristen, you've been up here a lot tonight.
I have. This is my last time, though. So this, I ran across this when I was looking for something else. The Animal Shelter Fund itself was dissolved in 2021. The animal welfare supervisor and workers were allowed to sign checks at one time for refunds on deposits and things like that, but that has not been done since 2021. So we just need to repeal section B, or excuse me, paragraph B of this section to match our practice. Any questions?
I move we approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only.
An ordinance pertaining to signature designation for municipal warrants and checks, repealing paragraph B of section 11115.1, article 11, chapter 1, Lawton City Code 2015, thereby no longer allowing the animal welfare supervisor and animal shelter worker to execute municipal checks from the animal shelter fund, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing item 35, consider approving a special non-emergency ordinance declaring approximately 4 acres of city-owned real property located at approximately 580 Northwest Rogers Lane as non-essential and surplus, authorizing the sale by public auction, setting a minimum reserve price, or directing staff to have an appraisal to determine an appropriate reserve price, providing for an effective date, make provisions for a vote thereof if a valid referendum petition is filed, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute all documents necessary therefore. Cindy.
I received a call inquiring if the city would be willing to sell this 4-acre tract of land right off Rogers Lane. It's about on the south side, about a half a mile west of I-44. So I looked into why we owned the property, and we acquired it in '99 for a drainage channel to go across it. I then met with Public Works and then engineering to see if they had any objections to selling it. The only thing they said was that we would need to retain a 100-foot drainage easement for our drainage channel. And then by our charter, we would have to declare the property surplus in order to sell it. So that's why this ordinance is in front.
Okay, I do have one question. In the agenda item, it says setting a minimum reserve price or directing staff to have an appraisal to determine an appropriate reserve price. If we don't get an appraisal, what expertise do we have to come up with a minimum?
We don't. We would need an appraisal.
Is there some kind of state law that we have to get a certain percentage of appraisal or anything?
We would want to get fair market value if we sell property.
And is the idea of fair market value is established because you had a public auction?
No, because we had the appraisal.
Okay, so there would be an appraisal?
Yes.
Mr. Gill?
And/or, read that again, Mayor, I don't have it.
Okay, it says setting a minimum reserve price or directing staff to have an appraisal to determine the appropriate reserve.
Well, we need to get an appraisal on it, and I'll make that amendment in a motion.
Okay, you can make a motion, then we can get a second to discuss.
I make a motion to approve this by going ahead, but an amendment in that to get an actual appraisal from a duly licensed appraiser.
And waive the reading of the ordinance.
Waive the reading of the, let me read that. A waive to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only.
Okay, and direct staff to
And
get an
direct staff
appraisal.
to have the,
Okay.
to put the amendment in there to go ahead and direct for a
I
licensed
did hear,
appraiser.
okay, and I did hear a second down here from Mr. Hampton. Okay, now we'll have discussion. Seeing no discussion, let's vote.
To read the title.
Oh, would I have to read the title?
A special non-emergency ordinance authorizing the sale by public auction of approximately 4 acres, more or less, of city-owned real property located at approximately 580 Northwest Rogers Lane, and is more particularly described hereinafter, which property is hereby declared non-essential and surplus, the value of the property exceeding $50,000, providing for all potential bidders to make an environmental inspection of said property, directing city staff to set a minimum bid for the property, to determine the method of public auction, and to establish other conditions of this sale, providing an effective date, making provisions for a vote thereon if a valid referendum petition as required by the Lawton City Charter is filed, providing for publication of the full text of this ordinance, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute all documents necessary for conveyance of said property after it is sold at public auction.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-0. Bringing up staff reports, item 36. Community Enrichment Department, Safe and Clean Neighborhood Services Division, progress update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening. I've been looking forward to this, by the way.
Yes, sir. This evening, I will be giving a progress update report for the Safe and Clean Neighborhood Division.
Hey, Antonio, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor and Council, my name is Antonio Hobson. I'm the new Safe and Clean Neighborhoods Deputy Director. Tonight, I'll be giving a progress update report for the Safe and Clean Neighborhood Divisions, and I will be discussing the following division progress updates: staffing, abatement in our processes, D&D totals, ward compliance, yard of the month, and metrics. Before rebranding the division, it was called the Neighborhood Services Division, and staffing consists of the following: 5 code enforcement officers, 1 supervisor, 3 administrative staff, 5 abatement contractors, and 3 demo contractors. And the workflow consists of the code enforcement controlling areas that consist of multiple wards, making it harder to patrol the whole city. After rebranding the division to the Safe and Clean Neighborhoods, staffing consists of 9 code enforcement officers, 1 deputy supervisor, 1 supervisor, 1 deputy director, 3 administrative staff, 6 abatement contractors with more to come, and 2 demo contractors. And the workflow now consists of the code enforcement officers have their own wards, making it easier for them to address issues in a timely manner. Another contract awarded and more on the way to help fight the blight. Next slide. This slide consists of the abatements by year. Here's the annual comparison of the abatements by the Clean and Safe Neighborhoods, beginning with the fiscal year of 22 to 23. Fiscal year 2022 to 2023, notifications letters sent, 12,268. Work orders requested, 1,728, and abatements completed, 1,220. Completed by owners, 528 after the work orders requested. For the fiscal year 23 to 24, notifications letters sent, 12,618. Work orders requested, 2,927. Abatements completed, 1,233. And completed by owners, 1,694 after work orders requested. For the fiscal year 24 to 25, notification letters sent, 12,394. Work orders requested, 314. Abatements completed, 1,830. And completed by owner, 1,110 after work orders requested. For the fiscal year 25 to 26, notification letters sent, 1,453. Work orders requested with carryover of 1,009. Abatements completed, 202. The following slide consists of the abatement process from the first 24 to 72 hours. Number 1, the 3 ways we record nuisance patrols, call or email from the citizens and IHEP. Number 2, the process begins by conducting an inspection to see if the property is in non-compliance to the city code from the right-of-way. Number 3, if the property has a nuisance issue, code enforcement officers will record the nuisance with pictures. Number 4, research begins on each property, tax roll, county assessor, county records for a deed, and water accounts. Each property takes an average of 30 minutes to complete. Once the research is completed, it is given to the administrator to make sure that it is error-free and sent to the citizens. After the 15-day grace period, code enforcement officers conduct a follow-up inspection to see if the property is in compliance with city code. If the property has a nuisance, more photos are taken for the file and a work order is requested. The work order is given to our abatement administrator to issue out to one of our 6 contractors to be abated. Once the contractor has a work order, before any work is done, they call the CEO of the area, code enforcement officer, of the area for removal inspections. Before and after photos are taken to show the work that was done during the abatement. Follow-up inspection is done to make sure the property is clean and free of the nuisance. Invoices are made to the citizens and they have 30 days to pay before a lien is placed on the property. And the case is finally closed when the city recovers the cost associated with the abatement. Here are the dangerous and dilapidated numbers by the year. Fiscal year 23-24, properties brought to council were 100, properties demoed 85. This data was tracked by HUD system. Fiscal year 23-24, properties brought to council 128, properties demoed 162. Fiscal year 24-25, properties brought to council 174, properties demoed 76. Fiscal year 25-26, properties brought before the council 19, properties demoed 19. This slide consists of the Safe and Clean Neighborhoods benchmarks. The number of abatements issued, reported, and resolved within 72 hours, 118. The number of illegal dump sites identified and cleaned, 8. The percentage of cost notice sent to county in the 30-day time frame, 100%. The percentage of properties that were taken to city council, 89%, 178 total. Vacant properties mowed by code enforcement officers, 165. The number of nuisances called and reported and resolved within 24 hours, 114. The number of D&Ds complete per year, 95. The percentage of cost notice sent to the county in the 30-day time frame, 100%. The percent of public posts free of error, 96%, and 7 properties out of 178. And our HAP program relocated 109 homeless citizens. Ways that we are working toward a better Lawton. More citations are being issued to water account holders for the cause of blight. Courtesy notices for the properties while notice letters are processing. Ordering signs for the clean and safe property of the quarter. Code enforcement attends neighborhood watch meetings and park openings to speak to citizens on the importance of safe and clean neighborhoods and how to report nuisance. Next slide. This slide is an example of the signs that we plan on making for the yard compliance of the quarter. Our code enforcement weekly report numbers. These numbers consist of our cold case numbers, addresses, cold case open date, cold case close date, cold case status, cold case description, the ward, and the code officer. Our D&D metrics consist of cold case numbers, addresses, cold case types, cold case business, cold case balance due, cold case status, cold case notes, and the wards. Our mailing report consists of the mailing totals, notice of violations, the mailing totals for D&Ds, and the return mail totals. Any questions?
Yes, sir. The question I have is, from the time they receive a courtesy notice and say they get it cleaned up, they take that notice serious and say, well, I'll get it cleaned up, till you say it's about a week and they'll get the actual letter? In other words, if from that time you said they get a courtesy notice and then they get a letter from the city, I'm assuming week, 2 weeks, but if they have that cleaned up by then, what's the city step at that point?
Correct. Normally what they'll do is they'll actually give us a call here at the city saying, hey, we've already cleaned this up. And usually our code enforcement officer will actually go back out there before the letters are sent to make sure that it is, and we just close it back out. Or we void out the case because it's no longer valid.
Okay, thank you.
These two gentlemen, Larry Parks and Kelvin, presented a wonderful program last night at our Neighborhood Watch meeting. Lots of information was given to the citizens, and I really appreciate everything that you all do every day. I know it's a hard job, but I was very proud of them.
Other comments? Can we go to I want to go to the signs that you're making. So that is the crayons along the bottom, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because I think that's just a tremendous logo that our communications department has come up with. I think it really tells the story when people see those crayons that we're about Kids First. And we've got the Kids First logo on there, and so I really like this. And I'm assuming we're going to start this next year?
We would like to start without delay if we get approval.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor and Council, good evening. We would like to start as soon as possible, sir, if we get approval from council.
So, okay, so I don't think we have a action item here, but I'm sure the council would love it. I do think you need more than 1 yard of the month per ward, because you take a square mile.
Yes.
And so you got a yard of the month up here where these people down on the south end don't ever drive. And I think that the council members, I don't know the number, but I think you need to have multiple yards of the month for maybe an area, like maybe in a square mile, at least 4, I would say. That's just my thought. So I'd like for y'all to think about this. And do you kind of like where this is going? I think we need to give them some feedback. Okay. Now I'd like for you to go back to that other slide that had crayons on it. That one right there. There was something about that I had a question on. Oh, on the right, the blue one that says percent of public posts free of errors, 96%. 7 properties apparently had errors. What does that mean?
So during the D&Ds, we've had 7 properties that we've had to strike for either it being a new property owner or for error that we posted on the property. So 7 out of the 178 properties that we brought to council had to be stricken.
Okay. Now, one of the things I was wanting to see I didn't, and I'm sorry my memory is what it is. But I was hoping to see, we had a motion when we put the Safe and Clean Neighborhoods into effect, and it had some time frames things had to be done. And I don't, maybe you addressed that and I just didn't.
Mayor, it was 95% of all dilapidated properties demoed in 1 year and 99% demoed in 18 months. So we've kind of fallen a little bit behind schedule there because of the issues at the landfill.
Yeah, and I get that, and cash flow, I get that. I'm not, and I really wasn't talking about demos, thank you. But the Safe and Clean Neighborhoods had some benchmarks in it, and I just don't remember them, that were like you had to locate the violations, the ordinance violations of what defines a safe and clean neighborhood. It wasn't just D&D. It was like, and maybe I didn't make myself clear when we did that. We'll go back and look, because I can see Larry down here real puzzled. And so I'm thinking, okay, we just didn't communicate right, and that's okay. Communication errors always happen. But we'll take a look at that together and
Yes, sir.
and kind of figure it out. Because the idea was, when you're cleaning up neighborhoods, it's not just about D&D properties.
Right.
There are properties that need to be cleaned up too, and I know you guys are working towards that, but the percentages had to do with those properties. Then the D&D was to do so many a month until they're done.
Right.
Until, I don't remember what it was, 40 a month or something. But, and I realized we ran into roadblocks. I get it, and I'm okay with that. You guys are doing a tremendous job over there. And I love the attitude that we have about putting kids first and cleaning up our neighborhoods. And so I want to say thank you very much. And if there's no more questions, I'm going to ask y'all to help me give not only these three guys standing up here, but all of their help a big round of applause for cleaning our town up. Thank you, guys. Okay, now I need a motion for executive session. Have a motion? I hear a second. Second, please call the roll.
Hankins Booker, Chapman, Gill, Uyghur, Williams.
Yes.
ready, Tammy?
I think so.
Circle K.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Can I have a motion to return? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. And Williams.
Present.
Executive session item number 37. Tim?
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending claim for potential litigation involving Sabrina Turner stemming from an incident involving a former City of Lawton corrections officer. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 38. Tim?
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending lawsuit in the United States District Court for Western District of Oklahoma titled Jose, I'm gonna spell that Arciniega, and Dante Guzman versus City of Lawton and Clear Creek Development, case number CIV 24-1039HE. That conversation occurred, and my understanding we have a motion.
I move to approve council members George Gill and Alan Hampton as the city's representatives at the court-ordered mediation for case number CV-01039-HE, Arsenigan, ETAL versus City of Lawton. I think I know what that means now.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please vote.
I call the roll. Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ride my Harley?
Item, executive session item number 39. Tim?
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss pending claim, potential litigation involving Jeremy Rhymes for the property located at 401 Southwest Summit. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Hankins Booker. Chapman. Gill. Weiger. Hampton and Williams.
Yes.